you actually keep that extra car seat around just in case you have to ever go get them or take them on a trip. Okay. So she gets a call from her husband that says that he's running late. He's not going to be able to pick up the 6-year-old from preschool, and is like, please put the car in your car. What is your initial reaction? What? What? She has a license. She has not actually got her license. Okay, so but your first reaction is no. Which is that please, 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 and you say no. So eventually, because you aren't able to go do it yourself, you say fine. You can borrow my car to go to the school, pick up your nephew, and drive you straight back. You need to pause. Okay. In that scenario, what did you consent to? All right. Thank you, David. Let's pass it to the next person. All right. In that scenario, if David's sister, oh, sorry. What is your name and number?
Arve Bustamante, 29, I believe.
Okay. That's a little bit of that feedback sound I was talking about. So I'll be over here. Okay. Maybe it's the speakers. All right. So in that scenario, let's say David's sister actually picks up the nephew at kindergarten and then drives, goes, gets her nails done, and goes to DSW. Is that what David consented to?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me why your answer is yes. Why do you think that's what he consented to?
Because I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the first part. What was he consented to? What?
All right. I'll call on you again about something else in a little bit. I'll pass it down to the girl behind you, so I don't have to re-explain it all. Okay. So what is your number?
How old? You're number 32.
Okay. So let's say in the scenario, David's sister goes and, instead of just going to the daycare, she does go to the daycare. And then she goes, nails done, goes to DSW, buys some new shoes, and then she comes right home. Is that what David consented to?
No.
What did he consent to?
Up the child and bringing the car back.
If you learned that the crime of grand theft was taking someone's property, either temporarily or permanently without that individual's consent, do you think in that scenario she would be guilty of grand theft?
No, because he did send her using a vehicle, but she went extra places, but I don't think that's grand theft.
Well, what if when it comes to temporary depriving, let's say, all right, so let's say in this scenario, instead of coming back, she takes the car and goes out of town for the weekend.
Yeah.
Okay. In that scenario, do you think that is grand theft?
Yes.
Okay, what's the difference?
I mean, she went out of town. It's more of a prolonged period of time she had the car.
Okay. What if the law was just did something outside of his consent with his? Let's pretend that was the law.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if that was the law, they'd be guilty of grand theft?
Yes.
Okay.
That he only consented to picking up the child. I don't know if it's because of the distance and him not knowing, that he went out of the supposedly area. I don't know.
What was your name and number? And what was your name and number?
My name is Sharon. Sharon who? I'm 33 now. I
Okay.
was 31.
And so in that fact pattern we were talking about with Mr. Castro's sister, does anyone disagree that what she actually, what was consented to? Does anyone think that Mr. Castro consented to something different? And in fact, no, if you let her borrow the car to her kid, you're consenting to more than for a larger purpose than just going to pick up her kid. Does anyone think the consent is different? See no hands. All right, so let's talk about reactions Has anyone been a victim of a crime who's completely comfortable talking about it? All right, right here in the front. And Johnson. Okay. What were you the victim of?
I was robbed at gunpoint.
Okay. I'm very sorry that happened to you. What was your reaction when you were robbed? How did you act?
Yeah, I gave it to them and they left.
Did you fight back?
No,
Were they bigger than you?
I had a gun for me, so it didn't matter.
I know, don't worry, I completely understand. And you're absolutely correct. It doesn't matter. Now let me ask up here. And there's because there is a gun pointed at him, and you are juror number 7, and your name is Tisha. Tisha. Okay. And is all right. Do you think that he's any less of a victim because he didn't fight back? Do you think? Why do you think fight back? He had a gun pointed at him. Right. Absolutely. Does everyone understand that people act differently to crime? You know, I know people who, in this exact scenario, would have fought back. You know, most of us are taught it's a very unwise, right? And so this goes a hypothetical. When I was traveling, I lived in Tanzania for a summer, and we all working for different nonprofit organizations. Some are working for Doctors Without Borders, some are volunteering at an orphanage, some of us were working for a court there for the United Nations, a whole bunch of unpaid law student age graduate kids in Africa for the summer. And so a lot of us wanted to kind of travel the area and see different things. So we decided one weekend, some group of us, we didn't all know each other well. We just kind of knew we were all, you know, from different countries in the area, decided we were going to go to Kenya. And we went to Kenya. And so the way it's set up in Tanzania to Kenya is very much dirt roads. You get on a bus at a hotel. You get on the bus, you go to the equivalent of no man's land, where there's a strip between Tanzania and Kenya, where you go and you apply for your visa. We're told it was 40 of the equivalent, not American dollars, but it's currency, which is about $10. And you know, and that was the first time any of us had traveled from one of the countries to the other one. It's a bit different than Europe. So we get there, and we're riding on a bus. I think it was called the Blue Sky Arusha. It was named after the hotel that was right there. You're nodding your head. Have you been there? Okay. Because there's a couple. There's like 3 main hotels that if you're in one of the, you go for a convention or something in Arusha, Tanzania. It's actually pretty popular. So he was nodding and wanted to know if that was actually. Okay, so he has heard of it. So he has heard of it. All right. So the bus is also lots of from Kenya who are traveling to see family, and it's a bus full of tons of people, and I sort of know a couple of the girls I'm traveling. Okay, so when I whoever's traveled with a passport and a security belt, and who here knows what a security belt is? Okay, in the back, because I think I haven't picked on you much. And your name is?
Max Rodriguez.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, your juror number?
39.
Okay. What is a security belt for those who don't know? All right. And so normally when I travel, and I traveled in Europe at this point, like I always keep, I have a passport one to my calf. Always keep it tied into my calf. I was like, oh, we're at the border crossing. It's fine. I can take it out now and have my money ready to go. Mistake, guys. So we get out of the bus, and we're trying to figure out, and for some reason, naivety on my part, I thought it would be clear where you go to apply for the visa. Like I thought, it's like, oh, there'll be a place, but it's kind of just like this weird no man's kind of desolate place, and they're like some shacks, but I'm not quite sure exactly where they are. So as I get turned around, I get approached by a couple of individuals who seem like they would be from Tanzania. They speak English with the Swahili accent I had gotten used to over the weeks. And they're like, oh, you're with Blue Sky Bus, Arusha. It's like, we'll help you get a visa. And I was like, oh, okay. And so like, I have it. So I go to turn back to look at, there was one person we were traveling with who'd done this before. And I go to look back, and I'm holding my passport to see where they are. To know if this is a thing or not. And before I know it, they snatch my passport out of my hand. And so at that point, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. And I'm standing with another girl who has never traveled outside her country before and decided the first one she was going to do was Tanzania. And so the only thing I want to do at that moment is get my passport back, right? Does everyone understand? Does anyone understand that like a passport is the most valuable thing you have when you're traveling to another country? Right? Okay. So all I want to do in that moment is take my passport back. So I know the value of American currency. And I go, and so he's up to me. And there's another individual up to me, and they are taller than me. And so I go and I take out a $20 bill, American, and I'm kind of holding it over here. And I was like, oh yeah, you help us, okay. It's like, oh, let me see. No, we help you. And like they're taking a couple $1 bills and they're flipping in the pages, making it look like they're putting in a visa. They're not. That's not what's happening. But I'm like holding up. When I hold up the American money, they start getting really excited. 3 more guys come, and so at this point, there's like a semicircle kind of around us of a bunch of different guys. While I'm holding money. Oh yeah, we'll take it. I held it out enough to be able to snatch my passport. And at this point, the girl next to me, not knowing what happened, is starting to give them her passport. So I snatched both of them, secured in place. They take the $20, they're on their way. So I go and secure and was like, so naive, right? Back to that victim blaming. I blame myself for that situation, right? Am I at fault? No. Is it, did I get robbed? Yes. Could I have called for help? I have called for help, maybe. At that point, it was pretty, there were quite a few of them. Well, you say no, but I have a very poor self instinct. So we'll talk about that in a second. Because I don't make the wisest decision in a minute. So I turn around and I look at the other girls we're traveling with, and I see them taking out their passport and taking out a lot of money. And so like I book it to get them. It turns out giving these guys like $450 total. And one of them gives them one of the IDs they have. It's not their passport, but it's one of their ID cards. One of their ID cards. And they're all confused. One of them's very upset because at that point, once they saw the gullible Americans or the gullible tourists, there was even more people surrounding them. So I end up so I see where the two of them go, and I end up making a decision my parents are not proud of, and I follow them, right? Who here would have followed them in this circumstance? Raise your hand. Really, only me? Normally I get at least one. They're like, yeah, no, I don't want this stuff back. Right? So I end up following them through no man's land. And I'm not chasing them. I'm just kind of following, seeing where they're going, so I can, maybe tell an authority, maybe do something, maybe report it. And all of a sudden they see me following because I stand out in Tanzania. And so all of a sudden, and it's like a little village, right? There's a chain link fence. There are people sharpening their, machetes, and I end up following them. And all of a sudden they see me, they start running. And then when they start running, two locals stand up. And at that moment, I had the fight or fright. Has anyone ever experienced that? Been in a situation where you just freeze and you don't know how to react? Raise your hand. All right. How long did it take you to get out of that frozen flight?
Say about
15 seconds? Okay.
Yep.
Has anyone, okay. So, I have that moment, that adrenaline of this was a bad decision. And because whenever I travel to foreign countries, I tend to learn a few phrases. Wherever I go, I actually knew how to say thief in Swahili. And so I yelled thief in Swahili. So Dogo Swahili, not a lot of Swahili. So that means a little Swahili is what I know. And when I do that, the men with the machetes jump up and they start chasing the guys. And so we end up catching up with them. I end up catching up to 2 out of the 4 that kind of went down the pathway. And we end up getting back some about 300 or 200 of the 360 that was stolen. Okay. I turn around and I see that all of a sudden I turn around And I see that a couple of the girls who were with me followed me. And I'm very upset with that. Anyone know why? Know why? Right, because there was a stupid decision. Why would you chase after them? Are you out of your mind? Right? And so I do. I turn on them. I start yelling at them. I'm like, what is wrong with you? And they're like, Amy, we followed you. And in my mind, because like my parents knew early on that I was not good at self-preservation, I made it clear from a very young age by dumb decisions Amy made about like jumping off of trees and cliffs and silly things. So they kind of taught me, well, if she's going to do this anyway, let's teach her how to be a little smart about it. But I was very upset with them. I ended up going back to where we were, meeting up with the other girls, and one of them is crying. Anyone have any idea why she's crying? All right, so what I hear is she's by herself, wanted to get her money back in fear. It's probably an accurate answer for everyone, right? And does anyone understand why that is? Like, are any one of us, me or any of the other 5 girls I was with, any less a victim of that robbery? Does anyone think because I chased after them and, like around the 20? Does anyone think the girl who stayed there and didn't go after them was less of a victim? And can everyone understand that not everyone reacts the same to being scared? And that some people, like in the robbery scenario we were talking about, some people, even if it's not a firearm, if someone just came up to you, who have I not called on? Ma'am, hello. Your juror number? 21. What do you do for work?
I work for airline. I'm a passenger service agent.
That's Ms. Potter.
Okay. Now let's say you're walking your car at the airport, right? You're parked in the employee parking lot, but it's a warm part of the year, or it's a nice part of the year, so there's lots of people walking around who you don't know. Let's say you're walking to your car late at night, and somebody comes up to you and says, "Give me your purse." You don't know if they're armed. You don't know if they're unarmed. What do you do?
I probably would resist at first.
Okay, probably resist at first. What if, what if they end up hitting you once? What do you think you're doing? Are you still fighting?
Probably.
Okay. Now, how about you? What are you doing? What are you doing in that scenario?
I would give them the purse
Before they even hit you?
before they even hit me
And why is that?
to avoid any further problems.
Okay. Do you think any less of a victim of attempted robbery because she's not fighting back?
No,
Okay, and why is that?
because she made a choice to give it without a fight,
Mhm.
whereas I made the choice to probably fight back, but she's no less of a victim.
Does anyone think that philosophy of robbery, right? It's like, you could die. Does anyone think that philosophy changes when it comes to sex? That if a woman who doesn't want to be a won't be raped? Does anyone think it's more likely that a woman who doesn't want to have sex would fight back? Or scratch or claw or anything like that? I see you nodding your head slightly, but I don't know if you're just listening, nodding, or you actually think that more likely to fight back.
I think anybody in general in any sort of situation where you're super uncomfortable and you feel like your life is at risk, it's only that's just my opinion.
Does anyone think that who here would never go home with somebody after a first date? Like, no way in the world am I ever going to go. Is any scenario where I meet somebody, we went out for coffee, seemed like really nice. They invite me back to their place to, have dinner, that I'm never, ever going to do it. It's never going to happen. Anyone raise your hand? All right, see the two hands we just called on. Anyone else? Everyone else would go back after the first day, have dinner? Okay, in the corner here, maybe it's Miss Green, or no, it's Miss Flowers. Sorry, there was a poll. Someone pointed. It wasn't me. All right, so kind of like we talked about before, right? So
Yeah.
Similar type of mindset.
This is Ms. Green.
Yeah.
Okay. would you, no, don't stop talking. It's important you talk.
I wouldn't know. The question was, if you meet somebody, would you go back to their place, right? No,
Okay.
because you never know what their intentions is.
Would you hold it against somebody if they decided to make that decision that you wouldn't?
Oh, no. No.
Is there anyone who might? Anyone who's like, well, I mean, you went on a date, you went home with the guy, like, you know, what did you expect to happen? Like, of course he's gonna try to get with you. Anyone who thinks like that is an expectation that should happen? Anyone hold it against them for going back? Seeing no hands raised.
We're at an hour and 10 minutes.
Thank you. Anyone here watch the show A Million Little Things? Million Little. Okay, I have one. You watched last week's episode? You watched last week's episode? Oh, okay. Anyone?
I'm sorry, who are you speaking to?
Oh, sorry. You are Miss Gotti?
Miss Gottlieb.
Gottlieb. 13,
Right.
juror number 13, Miss Gottlieb. Is that close? Gottlieb? Yes. Okay. Anyone else watch A Million Little Things? It's an ABC show. Okay. So the reason I asked, is your hand up? You're just stretching. Okay. Last week's episode, they were at the police station regarding, are you okay if I spoil it? Okay, I'm gonna spoil it. I'm sorry. So there's a diversion that happens in the series where there's some allegations of something happening to one of the characters in the show that is sexual in nature in the show. And so they're at the police station. And at the police station, the person who's reporting gives the report. They've got the support of all their friends and family. The detectives are talking to them, and the detectives don't seem to be as open to the families. The family's not getting a great vibe from them. And all of a sudden, one of the detectives leaves in the middle because he said that, someone made a decision on the spot. And it ended up being, at the end, they decided not to go forward on a charge because, they were worried about the evidence. They were going to keep a file on the individual. So one of the things they talked about in the show was that the case that the detective got called away for was about a ruling that was made that, or a decision that was made that who had accused somebody of sexual battery. In the middle of it happening, having decided to acquiesce to what happened, not wanting to have sex, having said no, decided in the middle to ask the perpetrator to put on a condom. Does anyone think asking somebody to put on a condom or asking the perpetrator to do something for their own protection means that consenting to the sex? How about you, Miss Scaboli?
Well, the same way she can ask for them to wear a condom, she can also ask them to stop.
Well, what if she had already said no and they were doing it anyway?
I don't know. I don't,
At that point, I think she's trying to protect herself in the best way possible. If she's already said no and they continue, then at that point, I guess she's trying to prevent any further problems that she may have as a result of what's going on.
Right, because, maybe the person, sorry, keep going.
But I'm sorry, I think that there's also a lot of other circumstances that could surround that could give their explanation as to whether that request for a condom was a form of consensual sex or not consensual sex.
Of course. And what certain things surrounding that might, be able to show you if it is or was not consensual. Maybe what happened after.
Or what happened before. I went on a date with a guy who I didn't know at all, but I agreed to go to dinner, fine. And then afterwards, I go to his apartment, or I invite him to mine. And once we're in the apartment, I start taking my clothes off, taking my shoes off, laying. what message am I giving as a woman to that man if I start doing that? Now, if I just go up, or he comes up for a drink and we're talking and getting to know each other, that's a different perception that I'm giving as a woman. So I think you have to look at the entire scenario in order to come up with a conclusion as to whether the request for a condom, for example, was
to prevent further problems in my life,
or whether it was a form of just asking for a condom as a part of
the consensual sex.
Well, so let me change the hypothetical on you a little. Let's say the scenario is you do go on a date. You decide to go back and you're actually deciding to go back for the reasons and, adult-grown individuals go back to someone's house for those types of activities, right? That you go with that intention. You take shoes off, you guys cuddling, make out, all of that scenario. And you actually do take your clothes off. And you guys are not at a penetrative act just yet. And then you turn to him and you're like, do you have a condom? Like, no. And he's like, no. Oh, no, we can't. You're like, oh, no, we can't without a condom. And they're still kissing and you tell, or the victim tells them, well, okay, but if there's no condom, you cannot penetrate me, however you would say it, right? It's like, I'm okay with us doing this. I'm okay with us doing this, it's like you, or have, it's a fun time, but no sex without a condom, right? Let's say that's the scenario. And you guys keep making out, and you said that, and you make it clear. What if as he's, gyrating and rubbing, he actually does slip it in, or does insert it and penetrate them, even after they had said during that, no, everything, but not without a condom. Do you think in that scenario that the individual violated the victim's consent?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone who disagrees? That by continuing to make out in that scenario, that, maybe consent's ambiguous there. Maybe, we just don't really know. That could still be considered consent. Does anyone think it could? Seeing no hands raised.
I'd like to take this opportunity to just remind everyone that the lawyers are not allowed to talk to you about the specific facts of this case. So I don't want you to start making assumptions in your minds about what the evidence is in this case or what the allegations are in this case, because they're not allowed to talk about the specific allegations. Did you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Going forward with the comment you just made, I think
there's several
ways and instances in which a woman or a man can ask
for the sex to stop
or to continue. And it isn't just saying, I don't want any penetration. If you say that,
fine, that's one. But if you do 10 other
things that give the impression or give the sense the message that you do want
to continue in a complete
form of sex, then what are you saying? You're sending mixed messages. So I think
the whole scenario needs to be looked at.
Okay.
And like what you explained.
Right. And to know the credibility of that, you would look at many factors. Or what happened after? What happened before? What did the victim do after?
Yes.
I'm going to move a little bit, kind of change gears. Has anyone ever read, heard, or seen the movies? Popular, I think, back in 2012 or 11, the books came out. I remember because it was a big deal. When I got to Tanzania, everyone was asking if I had read the book yet, because it was in all the airport bookstores, 50 Shades of Grey. All right, here's some giggles. But everyone's kind of, heard that. If there were, and so for those who don't know, 50 Shades of Grey, it was not considered a romance novel. It was somewhere between nonfiction and one of those novella books that have that one guy always on the front shirtless with his hair blowing. Fabio, I think his name is Fabio. It's somewhere between that and like its category at the time, but it was very popular for being taboo. Does anyone, so who here is I will be comfortable talking about it. All right, we have him over to the side. And then in the back, yes. Okay,
It's Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Um,
Okay,
Mr. Kennedy,
Mr. Kennedy.
Oh, sorry.
it's all good.
You're right.
Um,
You are Mr. Kennedy. I agree.
I totally believe you know your own name over us.
My wife made me see all the movies every Valentine's Day that it.
On Valentine's Day?
She basically said, okay, it's Valentine's Day. There's another one coming out. We're gonna go see that. And I said, yes, my love, whatever you want, my love, no problem.
What a great answer for Valentine's Day for you. That's fair. Keeps marriages going, right? You know, passively resistance for both parties when it matters. Is there, so that, what is that about? What are some of the taboo topics in that particular set of books? And what is S&M for those who might not know?
Was it sadomasochism? Yes, whips and chains pretty much. Coming down to that with whips and chains.
Whips and chains,
I mean, the
okay.
Red Room of Pain, I think it's called.
I actually do think that might be the name of what it is. I'm not sure, but there was somebody in the back. So let me go in the back here. And not to embarrass anyone, because you know, whatever one reads on their own time is their own business, and we still in this amnesty box. But I am trying to make a point about kind of going back to the conversation we had earlier about talking about sexual topics is not always the most comfortable thing to do, right? And talking about sex and your opinions aren't always the most comfortable thing to do. So the ma'am in the back, have you seen the movies or heard about them or the books? Yes, purple shirt. Yes, purple shirt.
Ms. Who?
Ms. Who?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything
about the topics in those books that you'd be uncomfortable talking about in front of the jurors?
No, really.
Okay.
They do a lot of, like a lot of submission, he dominates.
I can't make out.
Can you get a little
anything she's saying.
closer to the microphone?
No, I'm saying that is a domination. It's like an older man with a younger girl and pretty much,
Okay,
yeah, long novella type
right.
sex scenes and, yeah.
Okay, and if we could, the gentleman in the heat shirt. Mostly because I think you're not enough in the back, and I want to make sure you're
Mr.
fully woken
Sands.
up for lunch.
Mr. Sands.
Mr. Sane, how you doing? I'm doing okay. Are there any topics that Ms. Fu mentioned or you heard about before that you think you'd be uncomfortable talking about in front of a juror?
No.
Okay. Does everyone can anyone, hold on one moment, actually, let me confirm.
You have 10 minutes left, Mr.
So juror number, oh, that's mute. There we go. This is mute. Okay, I don't understand. All right, so juror number 5, Ms. Prado.
Right here in the front. Apparently I haven't spoken to you.
Apparently I haven't spoken to you
We're
yet.
gonna speak.
So we're gonna speak.
See,
See, you're just right up there in front. I kind of thought, we made a lot of eye contact. So
What if there are,
taboo topics that come up? You find out that the victim, and again, like the judge said, the hypotheticals I'm giving you, the facts and circumstances that actually happened in the case. I have to give you things that, are different or because we're not allowed to beforehand, right? So what if there is topics of a taboo nature, talking about people's either kinks or
that sort of thing. Is that something you'd be comfortable
talking about in front of jurors?
Yeah, if I have to.
Do you think and have you ever been exposed before with the
topics we were talking about, the themes from that book?
themes, Fifty Shades of Grey, the
I saw the
dominance?
movie.
Okay, you've seen the movie. Is there a difference in your mind between
adult consenting
the submission and somebody acquiescing to maybe the robbery scene we were talking about where someone goes unarmed and asks for your
purse and then you
give it. Is there a difference?
Yes.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
Well, one you do willingly, the other one you're doing because of fear. You fear for your life.
And how do we know if one's doing one of them willingly or not? What would you look for?
That you're, how say it, okay, so like if I'm gonna if I'm gonna be robbed at gunpoint or whatever,
And I give my purse,
I'm gonna give it obviously willingly, but I'm doing it against my will.
Right.
Doing it against, I'm doing it to get hurt or whatever.
Mhm.
If I'm gonna consent to whatever, even if it's a sexual thing, I'm doing it and I do it because I want to.
Okay. And what if, you're one of those people we talked about, all victims respond differently, shut down. Some go along, they give over their purse, they give over everything, they don't fight back. What if you're one of those people who act that way
when it comes to sexual crimes?
How do you tell the difference if somebody is just acquiescing to fear because
And submitting to somebody
somebody sexually because of fear versus consent? How do we know? What do we look for when we're looking at the difference in that?
I guess.
Yes, I mean, I've never been a victim of that, but the only way I can think of it is if I'm being assaulted, like a sexual assault, obviously if a man is bigger than me and he has more power than me, sometimes you're not doing it because you want to, but you're just, you're overpowered by somebody. So you feel like nothing's gonna happen to you. Sometimes you just have to give in, even if you said no, stop, whatever, sometimes you just can't.
Well, and what if, and how do you know that so
that's how we know that someone's
submitting because of fear, right? But how do you tell the difference if, it comes down to, it's like, oh no, she wasn't submitting for fear, she was just what she was into. What do you look for there? What do you think the differences would be that you would look for? And maybe I'll call on Mr. Hill.
Get them primed and ready.
What are the differences you might look for to see whether or not this is acquiescing to fear or
submitting because it's something
that say you're particularly interested in?
I would think, it's an emotional thing.
Okay.
Their reaction.
Yeah, you look at your reaction. I'm sure if that happens to a person that they're not into, I don't know, she'll be crying. I don't know, she'll just be like, let's just get it over with and let them go away, or,
Okay.
it depends how,
Well, thank you so much. And Mr. Hill.
And Mr. Hill, because I've told Mr. Hills with an S. Number 14. Told I also have not spoken to you. What are your thoughts? They were judging the difference of, is this submission because, or let me ask you this question, and I'll poll everyone.
Does anyone think
That you heard the charges, that there is a charge of oral penetration.
Does anyone think
that
if somebody submits to
orally fellatio another person, that can only ever be done consensually because of how the act is done? Okay. So let me go back to our question about, submission because of fear and not wanting to get hurt, like we talked, or it's, something more consensual. What are the things you look for to determine and judging what the difference is?
Been resisted by saying no or trying to push away or turn away.
Okay.
And do you
think that it would be unusual that if they, say no once or say don't once, that, eventually they stop protesting?
No, I think if a person says no, that's no, that's it. It doesn't necessarily or
But what if continue to, the person doesn't listen to the no, they keep going along the course that they're doing, and the person,
Stop saying no and
saying no and, either acquiesces, goes along with it, or is a passive participant. Do you think that's something that happens?
I don't think so. To me, it's like you spoke about before with the robbery. If a person puts a gun in your face and says, "Give me wallet," first maybe you say no, but then they persist in trying to get your wallet. You give them your wallet. I don't think that you consented to give them your
what
wallet.
if they put the gun away?
Okay, they put the gun away, and then they decide, they actually want to have you go to the bank and take money out of your ATM, and they're not pointing the gun at you at that point.
They have it.
Right. The fact that they have it, they have the potential of harming you.
Okay. And does everyone understand that? Does anyone disagree or have or something they want to say? I think I saw your hand in the back. I think it's Miss Rodriguez. No, that's Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Yep.
Sorry,
I thought I saw your hand when I went from her to her, but it might have just been a stretch. The judge.
Sorry.
If I can get just one moment. There we go. The judge did allow me, allocate me a bit of time. I think I'm at the end or very close to the end of that time. So I'm just going to ask a final question. Is there anything that we talked about or while you've been sitting here with the questions I've asked that you realize that, I either need to change my answer, I want to add something or ask a question about something you said, to anything I've said? I see no hands raised or anything anyone wants to talk about privately.
Seeing no hands
raised. Thank you so much all for your time and your patience today. And I think will tell us what we're doing
Going
next.
to eat lunch.
We're going to eat
So we're going to take a break. It'll be about, I think 40 minutes should be enough time for everyone to be able to eat. And then we'll be back. All right. So you're welcome to move around. The cafeteria is still here. Get your food and enjoy your lunch. Do not discuss the case, obviously, with anyone. You can talk to each other, talk about anything you want, but do not discuss the case.
Yes. Oh, no, that was. Yes, there's some. We can go. You can leave the video on because it's not showing. But just mute it. Okay. Yeah, no, you're
Robert wasn't here when I said that. Just doing his job. I already did. Yeah, it's ready to go. All right, Ms. Smith, are you doing the voir dire or Mr. Johnson? Okay, you may.
I have the privilege of going last, so I hope, you guys don't get sleepy after lunch. I'm gonna try to cover topics that are important to us, of course. I apologize if you feel as though I covered something that we discussed, but. Oh, yes, I forgot.
Oh, yes, right. No, are we missing any other jurors? Do we have everybody in place? Okay, because I just saw two walk in as you were starting. Walk in. Oh, see, we have one in the bathroom. And we just got one out of the bathroom. Ms. Mendoza, was there anyone else in there? Okay. Or Munoz, sorry, you're Ms. Munoz.
Hello?
I
Good,
think it just
okay.
does that.
All right, I feel like an MC. This changes.
Everything.
So let me know if you can't hear me. If the mic goes out, I probably can't tell. But I will introduce myself and co-counsel. And my name is Keela Smith. My co-counsel's name is Elroy John. But the most important person in this courtroom right now
Name is John Calloway.
So I want to ask you all questions. I know Ms. Drever talked about the amnesty box, kind of talk about it a little differently. Just be honest and straightforward with us, okay? If there is a question that is asked and you know the answer looking for, don't give me the answer you think we're looking for. Just give your honest opinion, because everyone might not be a juror for various allegations. And so it can be very, it's a sensitive topic. So all I ask that you do is, no matter if you're asked, can you follow the law? That's just a question. It's not whether you can follow the law. If you can't follow the law, that's not a problem. You're not going to go to, no one's taking notes and saying, okay, well, this person cannot follow the law. I'm going to talk about, the amnesty box as far as, no one's judging you. We just want to know. So if the answer to can you follow the law is no, that is perfectly fine. Does everyone understand that? It's the third time hearing it, I know, but sometimes third time's a charm. So I want to just get right into it. So I apologize. This is kind of, the setup is really interesting to me. So usually I would remember your names and numbers, but this is tough.
So I'm just gonna, if I ask you a question.
Yeah, ask you a question, if you can please just state your last name and your juror number. I'd really appreciate that as well. I'm gonna walk back here to see who's back here. Okay, so there are no jurors back here, and then we go this far. All right.
So I want to talk to you all.
About the presumption of innocence. As Mr. Calloway sits here right now, he is presumed innocent. Now, ma'am, can you please state your name and juror number?
Last name's Zafar, juror number 28.
Ms. Zafar, what does presumption mean to you?
Innocent until proven guilty.
Okay, so until who proves guilt?
The court of law.
All right.
Evidence proven guilty.
I'm sorry.
She-
I didn't
hold
know.
on.
Evidence to be able to prove that he's good.
Ms. Smith, I'm sorry. Back up away a little from her. It's only as you got closer, she spoke lower. She's trying not to yell at you,
I understand.
but then we can't hear her. Okay. That's good. Only a little bit. I just
Hear
wanted
her
to-
in?
I just wanted
Okay.
to back up.
For those who did not hear her, she said, until he's proven.
Shown to prove that he's guilty.
Can anyone help her out? And not that you couldn't answer yourself. Do I have any volunteers? Whose job is prove guilt or innocence? Miss Potter?
The jury. Our responsibility.
It is, right, and who puts on?
And evidence for the jury to consider. Mr. Kennedy, I actually do remember your name.
State of
The
Florida.
state of Florida.
The state of Florida.
Miss.
I do, but yes, thank you. Jury number 4.
Mr. Kennedy just
Mr.
said.
Kennedy said the state of
the
Florida.
state of Florida.
Now, do you look for the evidence to come from this side over here or from the,
That side over there. The other side.
The other state of Florida.
okay,
Thank you.
thank
Does
you.
everyone
Does everyone
understand
understand that these attorneys on this side,
That's the state of Florida?
that, so by a show of hands, does anyone not understand where the evidence
should come from?
should come? I don't see any hands raised.
So
So
we're
gonna get very personal
personal
in this
part of the case, but
but also you're gonna hear a lot of personal details, and that's why. So we are gonna talk about sex. We are going to, you may see a video
Be asking you all
of very personal questions
about
what you know about, you know, the
50 Shades of Grey came up, right?
and S&M or BDSM, as some call it. So I do want to talk to you all a little bit about
Prime you for it.
But right now, I'm going to talk to you about one by one. So just everyone get ready.
Talk to you about the burden of
Proof,
the
the right to silence, and whose job it is. Okay. Now, before I start asking,
one by one, I want to make sure that
everyone understands what the law is, so that I understand that the answer you are giving is considering what the law is, but you personally can and cannot do. Does everyone understand that? So by a show of hands, is there anyone who would like me to go back over proof or Mr. Calloway's right to silence? I don't see any hands raised, so I'm gonna start with juror number 1. All right, Miss
Barwick.
Okay, Miss Barwick, I'm gonna do that.
Trick where I back up from you.
So you're a juror in this case, let's say. All right, you're chosen to be on this jury. And I need everyone to listen to the answer. The question is gonna be similar. So you're chosen as a juror on this case. The government has not put on any evidence, and you're asked to deliver a verdict. What is your verdict?
I couldn't give a verdict, because they haven't put on, you mean they've done nothing?
So,
Right, so at this point,
Right.
the only thing
you know is, by the way, everyone, sitting here, Mr. Calloway has said that he is not guilty. That is what a trial is.
he has said that he's not.
Said that he's guilty.
And by saying
he is not guilty, he is saying, government, prove that I am guilty.
innocent.
So now that, you know, we're here at trial, just the same as here, but now you are chosen as a juror.
But the government decided, you know what?
Decided what the charges speak for themselves. We're not going to put on any evidence. As a juror deliberating in this case, what is your verdict?
Not
Why
guilty,
is that?
Why is that?
because they haven't proved his guilt. So I have to go with the presumption that he's innocent.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
thank you. Juror number 2, Ms. All the way. No, we're not going to do that way then. We're going to do this. Right. Let me test your skills. Okay. We're going to do this side. We're going to do it by category.
I'm just gonna stand over
Who's
here.
going to stand over here?
My decision would be the same as hers, because they have not proven that he was guilty of the crime.
This is Ms. Green.
Ms. Green, juror number
3.
3. Now, Ms. Green, I'm going to change it up just a little bit for you. You're still chosen as a juror. this whole question, you guys are chosen as jurors. All right. Now, the government does put on some evidence. And this evidence, you believe, I don't know. I think he may have done it. I think he might be guilty of this. But there's something kind of wavering for, you're not really sure, but you think he may have done it. He does not testify in this case. Would you consider the fact that he did not testify to determine your verdict?
If I have a doubt, would I ask for more information before I make my decision?
You can answer that question. Answer that question.
So I can ask for more information from the state, like say like something, the time of the man, more details of that. Would they be able to give it to me?
No, ma'am. Once they close their case, once the government sits down and you're in that jury room, let me put a little caveat. There are questions that jurors can ask, but not for more evidence. Okay, so you can ask
more questions then. Maybe.
No, once you are in that jury room, you can't ask the government, hey, give me more. So if you're sitting in the jury room and you think you don't have enough, you think, well, I need more. I have more questions they didn't answer for me to really have an abiding conviction of guilt. What is your, well, let me ask you this question. What is your verdict in that case?
Maybe I might be deadlocked.
You might be. So, okay. So if, and this is just clarification. So if you believe, listen, I think he may have done it, but I still have a reasonable doubt. I still have questions. You would be deadlocked. You would not be able to make a decision in that case.
Right.
Okay. And, all right. If Mr. Calloway did not testify and you still have these questions, would you also consider the fact that he did not testify?
Oh, I'm probably still deadlocked.
You're still deadlocked, even with a reasonable doubt. Was that a yes? I'm sorry, okay. Thank you. Ms. Green, right?
And Ms. Green, if I then instructed you that if you have a reasonable doubt, you must find him not guilty, what would you do? I couldn't hear you. Right. And that's by the way, that's the law. That's exactly the instruction I'm going to give you. If you have a reasonable doubt, you must find him not guilty.
And he'll be not today.
All right, Ms. Green. Now, just the little follow-up, because I know it's hard. It's hard. Put on the spot in front of all these people you don't know. I'm sitting here asking you questions. It's still like I'm grilling you. I get it. Listen, one quick stand where I'm coming from. Before I was an attorney, I was called for jury duty. And I sat in that seat and I was like, why all these questions? Right. And so I didn't understand. And I thought, well, because I was actually in law school at the time. And I thought, well, I need to get the right answers. One, I want to show people that I'm smart enough to, I'm smart enough and I know the answer. I don't want to get the answer wrong. And two, it's like, well, I'm trying to decide why you're asking me these questions. And so all of that went through my head. And so that's why it's so important for me to try to make you understand why we're doing this and why we're asking you these questions. So if you have a question to me, please ask. But that's also why I try to stress to you, it's not about giving the right answer. It's about telling us what your true feelings are. That's what it's about. And that's all. Okay. So I know the judge just asked you, okay, well, if I told you that you must find him not guilty, if you have a reasonable doubt, then what is your answer? And of course, you know that he's looking for you to say not guilty. What I'm asking you is if you were a jury in this case and you had a reasonable doubt, but you kind of thought he did it, what would you do? What's your verdict?
Oh, if I thought he did it, I thought he did it, he'll be guilty. If I thought he did it.
So if you
with
thought
with all the evidence and the stuff deep in my heart that he was guilty, he'll be guilty.
Okay.
But if I thought that they didn't give enough and they have reasonable doubt, he'll be not guilty.
Okay, just to clarify a little bit, if you thought he did it, because there's different standards here. If you thought he did it, Like you,
In your heart, you thought he did it, but you were
but like you're like, I have a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
I don't know.
Tough questions, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Answer. I plead the fifth.
Only one person has the fifth in here, and it's not you, Ms. Green. You, Ms. Green.
That's the first time I had a juror plead fifth. It's tough. I know. And listen, I know I'm asking tough questions, but listen, I have to know, right? I have to know for Mr. Calloway. I have to know, right? So just let me know. It's fine. It's okay. Whatever your answer is.
Well, I'll follow my heart, and he'll probably be guilty.
Okay.
But if I felt that if I felt that way, he'll be guilty.
Okay.
Don't hold me to it.
That's all right. So I just want to make sure, like, if you felt like, if in your heart you felt like he was guilty, but I mean, you had some reasonable doubt, but in your heart you felt like he was guilty, you would find him guilty. That was a yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Green. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
All right.
Miss, I don't know, Etienne. All right. I'm speaking to Miss Etienne, juror number 9. Hello. So I have a similar question for you. You're chosen as a juror. You're back there. Mr. Calloway did not testify, and the some evidence, but you have a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
I don't know. I really don't know because I cannot answer.
Can you hear her?
No. Okay. And I'm just looking at the court reporter to ask, and she couldn't hear you. You said that you don't know. Okay. What if I had to push you? You're a juror. You can't, you're a juror. Sometimes I say I don't know when I know, and I just don't want to give the answer. I mean, maybe that's me.
But I don't know. I don't know.
What about it makes you make you not know? Like, what's going through your mind right now? Okay. Do you understand my question? And it's okay if you don't, but do you understand my question?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're chosen as a juror. The government has put on evidence. You believe he did it?
You think, oh, well,
I kind of think he did it, but you do have reasonable doubts. Maybe a witness said something different before. Maybe, whatever your reasonable doubt is, you have one, but you believe that he did it. What is your verdict?
Guilty if I guilty.
Okay. So you're saying that you would find him guilty if you believe you had some reasonable doubt. I'm just clarifying.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, you are a juror in this case. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
And why is it not guilty?
Because I don't have, evidence, I don't have proof that he didn't testify. He's not guilty.
Okay. You said he did not testify, and so I assume he's not guilty. I'm having a hard time.
I don't know.
You can move on, Ms.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
don't know.
All right. I did remember your name. Yes. Miss Flowers. All right. Very similar question. You are a juror. You believe that he did it, not testify. I have a different question though. he did not testify and you believe he did it, but you have a reasonable doubt. When you're back in the jury room, do you bring up the fact that he did not testify and weigh that as evidence?
I mean, we already said that, the person, the truth. But I mean, if you're trying to, like, like, you your truth. I mean, okay, I'm gonna speak for myself, right? Okay, you say we can.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do everything in my power to speak for, so everybody can see everything of my truth, that I'm innocent. But it's kind of hard because I'm not in that. So I'm just going from how I feel if it was me. But I need the burden of truth. I mean, evidence, all that, and I don't want to me. I just don't want to dictate nobody's life or nothing like that. Not knowing everything about it. So that's not with nobody's prison for the rest of their life with not knowing a lot of stuff that's what really happened with the situation.
Do you feel comfortable sitting in judgment of someone?
I don't. I mean, yes, of course, yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you're just a little uncomfortable, but you can do
It
it.
does, but if I can try, that's all I can do.
Yeah. Now, I saw a judge kind of give it like this. So let's say there's a cup, have one, but let's say there's an empty cup. And the government's evidence is just putting something in that cup, right? And by the time that cup is, half full, you cannot determine whether Mr. Calloway is guilty or not guilty. You don't have enough evidence, you have some reasonable doubt, right? But Mr. Calloway does not testify. Do you add that to the cup to determine? Do you consider it?
I consider it.
You do consider the fact that he did not testify? Okay. So, and I like to rephrase just so I make sure I understand. That's all it says. Okay. It says, okay. So do I understand you correct to say that in the deliberation room, if Mr. Calloway does you would weigh the fact that he did not testify in your consideration of guilt or not guilt?
Okay, I already said it. I mean, differently the first time, then you like you switch it up. So, yes, I'll feel I'll have some consideration now.
Okay. Yeah. So you would consider.
Yes, I'll have some consideration.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Flowers. Okay. All right, Mr. Kennedy. All right. Very similar question I'm asking you. The government put on evidence. You have a reasonable doubt Mr. Calloway does not testify. Do you consider that in your?
Not really. The reason being it's his choice to remain silent. So if he doesn't want to, give his testimony and just go with our presented, that's his choice. It's his fundamental right to stay silent and not have to testify. So that wouldn't affect my decision because I'm presented. So if he chose not to speak his truth or speak his piece, that's his choice. So I have to make my decision based on the information provided.
Okay. So by your answer saying you don't add anything to that cup, the fact that he did not testify.
No.
Okay. Follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You feel that I don't know. It could cut both ways. I think he probably did it. Maybe he did, but I have a reasonable doubt. It's slight, but I have one. I'm not convinced. What is your verdict?
I have to say not guilty. I can't condemn somebody if I'm not 100% sure. It's a fundamental freedom that we have we have that right, and it's not something I take lightly. So I can't condemn an individual in any form if I don't have sufficient proof, or even if I have a shred of doubt, because that's life-changing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Hello. Please state your juror number and name. Okay. All right. Like, okay.
Last name.
All right, Ms. Munoz. So you're chosen as a juror. The government puts on evidence, and you are not convinced beyond the reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
I would have to go with the evidence that has been and base my decision on that.
Okay. And in the scenario I just gave you, what is that? That
It would,
why?
depending, like I said, depending on the fact that he didn't testify to the scenario, I'm
Okay. So, let's say you believe he did it. Now, let me define reasonable doubt for you again. Just so reasonable doubt is not a speculative doubt. It's not, some hypothetical doubt. In order to have someone guilty, you must have an abiding conviction of guilt. So that means it's not one that you go back and forth. It's not one that you can come back the next day and say, you know what, I thought about something else and he may not have done it. You have conviction guilt, one that will carry today, tomorrow, years from now. It doesn't waver at all. And I just want to remind everyone of that. I just figured now's a good time for a reminder. So, you're chosen as a juror. You go back to the deliberation room. You believe that he did it, but you have reasonable doubt. You're not really sure, but you do in your gut believe that he did it. With this reasonable doubt, what is your verdict?
if I believe that he did it and I see the evidence that has been given, I would say guilty.
Okay. Even with a reasonable doubt, believe that he did it?
Yes, because if I believe that he did it, it's probably because of all the evidence that has been provided has led me to come to that conclusion.
And this is your answer, knowing that in this hypothetical or this scenario I'm giving you, you do have some reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I'll move around now.
Potter, juror number 21.
Ms. Potter. I'm going to ask you, you're a juror. You go into the deliberation room knowing that the government has put on some evidence. Mr. Calloway has not given you. The first question I have you is, would you consider the fact that he did not testify in weighing in trying to choose?
No.
Why is that?
Because he hasn't considered speaking for him. So sometimes in some cases, defendant remain silent and allow his attorneys to do their job. So I would against them.
Okay. I'm going to give you another scenario. So some people don't know. Right to silence actually means that nothing has to come from this side of the table at all. So let's say we don't cross-examine. After I sit down, we don't cross-examine. We let the witnesses go up there, say whatever they're going to say, and sit down. You don't hear from us. You do not hear from Mr. Calloway. Now, in this scenario, you're still a juror. You haven't heard anything, and you kind of think he did it, but you have a reasonable doubt. Would you consider the fact that the attorneys didn't speak, Mr. Calloway didn't speak on it, the attorneys didn't speak on Mr. Calloway's behalf? Mr. Calloway, would you consider that? Would you weigh that in your deliberations?
No,
Okay. And why is that?
it would be based on evidence that and there has to be a reason why Mr. Calloway's attorneys decided not to say anything. Another factor for me.
We're back here. Go that way and then yeah. I know I spoke to you. A lot of people are going to get spoken to twice. Just beginning of my void here. I like to start by having one-on-one conversations. So I'm sorry. So if you could state your name and your number.
Juror number 28.
All right. Ms. Zafar, chosen as a juror. You're in the deliberation room and the government has put on some evidence. They've called a lot of witnesses. You listened to the witnesses. Something gave you hesitation as to what was committed. you have a reasonable doubt, but you believe maybe a crime was committed. What is your verdict?
I have a doubt off of everything I've heard.
Yes, a reasonable one.
So then I would say that he's not guilty.
Okay, and why is that?
Because if after listening to everything, then there's a reason why I'm still not convinced. And it's because there hasn't been enough proof to me to prove that he's been guilty of this.
How do you,
What do you look for in
how do you think you should feel in order to find Mr. Calloway guilty?
Based off of the witness, it would be like, okay, do I think this is sufficient enough? Do I think this is accurate? Do I think it's valid?
Okay. Now, let's say Mr. Calloway,
you
you hear else from the defense's side of the table. We do not cross-examine. We do not get back up after I sit down. Would you consider that when you go in the deliberation room? Let's say, you're kind of 99.9% there, but you have that reasonable doubt, okay? Would you say, well,
I mean, they didn't say anything.
would you consider that? Would you
It
consider?
would cross my mind. Yes. But if I'm still convinced that he's not guilty, then I'm gonna.
No,
You're
right there, you just have that one reasonable doubt. I know this is like hypothetical land, I know. But, you said it would cross your mind. And I'm asking a slightly different question. I'm asking, would you put it in that cup? Would you consider it?
Like hold it against him.
Well,
Would you consider it, right? Like,
consider
would
it,
you say,
right? Would you say, well,
no,
I'm not 100, I do have a reasonable doubt, right? I'm not convinced beyond,
I don't have an abiding conviction of guilt.
I'm almost there, but I'm not quite there. Would you then consider
The defense's
lack of cross-examination, not testifying? Would you kind of consider that and say, well, that does play into my decision? You would consider that. Okay.
Wait. I need you to define what that means. You would consider it, because a second ago you said you would still find him not guilty.
I would consider it based on my decision. Like if so, let's say I'm truly convinced that he's not guilty, but it's still gonna play into the part like, okay, if we're like 90-10, then the 10% of my decision of like him not testifying is not gonna count towards the 90 of me thinking that he's guilty. It makes sense in my head. I don't know if
I'm glad it makes sense in your head. I need to ask it this way. If you have a reasonable doubt and he didn't testify, are you going to find him guilty because he didn't testify?
No.
Okay. That is fundamentally the question. Okay. So if it crosses your mind, fine. Listen, you can't stop thoughts from crossing your mind. I want to know if it's going to affect your verdict one way or the other. And it's not supposed to affect it at all. So is it going to affect your verdict so it will change from not guilty to guilty because he doesn't testify? Thank you. You may continue, Mr.
And just to follow up on that, we're talking about, I understand you're saying, no, switch from guilty to guilty because he did not testify. My question is, that's right. My question is, if you are just looking for, if you have a reasonable doubt, but you're almost there, you almost have an abiding conviction, but you have just one reasonable doubt. You're back there in that jury. You guys are trying to come up with a verdict. Would you consider, would you? Okay. Would you consider the defense not asking any questions? Would you consider the fact that he did not testify in coming not guilty? Like, is that something that you really would consider as evidence?
No.
Okay.
And why is that? Because
You have the right to remain silent, so not necessary for you to speak on that behalf.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Mr. Rodriguez, juror 39.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Question. All right, you're a juror. The government has put on evidence, but Mr. Calloway and the no evidence at all. You go into the jury room. You guys are having a discussion, trying to figure out what is the verdict. You believe that maybe a crime was committed, but you have a reasonable doubt. Would you consider, would you use as evidence the fact that the defense did not put on any evidence?
Why is that?
Is that?
They have to prove their case
Okay, and the state has to prove their case.
beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay.
A shadow of a doubt, he's considered not guilty.
Now, what if you believe that Mr. Calloway committed a crime? But if, for those of you who don't hear this, there's things happening on this side. It's not- what if you believe that he committed a crime, but you have a reason out? Slight, but you have a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
And why?
Same reason.
I'm sorry.
Same reasons of evidence.
Okay.
Case that hasn't provided enough evidence.
All right. Thank you. I'm gonna shift over. And I'm gonna come like. I'm gonna show you guys some love with presents on this side. All right. Yes, please.
Bustamante, 29.
Hello, Mr. Bustamante. I haven't heard from you much today.
All right, so
I have a similar question for you. Chosen as a juror, you're going to
deliberation room.
the deliberation, the government puts on some evidence. Now, they put on enough evidence for you to think that maybe a crime was committed. You feel like have a real doubt based on, witness credibility. You have a reasonable doubt, though. What is your verdict?
Without,
All right. Even if you believe that a crime was committed,
yeah, because it's not what I believe, it's what the law says.
Now, what if
what Mr. Calloway in the defense, we do nothing else after I sit down. What are your thoughts on that?
Consideration because he has the right to silence.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I can't see anymore. Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, tequila, juror number.
All
right, you're chosen as a juror. You go in that deliberation room, the government has put on evidence. Now, they've given testimony, evidence, they've given you a lot, but you have a reasonable doubt as to whether a crime was committed. You believe that maybe a crime was committed, maybe something happened, but you still have a reasonable doubt as to an element. What is your verdict?
Not guilty,
Why?
because I still have a slight doubt, but it's not sent, so you can't convict based on maybe, maybe not.
Okay. Now, what if the defense
Same thing. What if
sit down, once I sit down, you don't hear from us again? We just let the government prove the case that they are here to try to prove?
and we say nothing?
Nothing. Would you consider that in your deliberations?
No, because the burden of proof is on the state. So if you guys don't present a case, because it's not your case to prove, it's theirs.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Just gonna go on this row. Sorry, hello. I'll stand.
Karen Hu, and I am juror number 33.
Okay, what was the last name?
Oh, H-O-O.
Miss Who? All right. Miss Who, you're chosen as a juror. The government has put on evidence. You feel like maybe a crime was committed, but you're just a little bit. What is your verdict?
Mine would be not guilty for the fact that to show or give me the evidence to prove that he is guilty. So if I'm not convinced, I'm guilty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what if the defense does not put on any evidence at all? Do you consider that in your deliberations?
No, because it's their burden. Something happens, it's not your burden. So,
Okay.
but I have to go.
It's likely he did it.
But I have doubts, so
Okay.
for me, that doubt is there.
Okay, thank you. All right, where's to you, I believe, right? Back up a little bit so that the
Castro, number 30.
Mr. Castro, hello. All right. No. All right. So your juror, they put on evidence. Now I'm gonna try to change it up a little bit for you. They put on evidence that, maybe a crime was committed. Not the highest charge, a minor, another charge was committed on the crime that is charged.
So they prove that another crime has been committed, but not the one in question. Would say not guilty.
Okay. Now, what if, changing it up again, what if you hear nothing from the defense at all? After I said, we don't cross-examine, we don't do anything like that. We just let the government put on their case. And at this point, you have a slight reasonable doubt. You feel like a crime was committed, but you still have that reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
Okay. And you're able to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the front. Yeah, let me just stay back here.
Ana Solis, juror 27.
What was your last name, please? Elise? Hello, Miss
How you
Elise.
doing?
All
Juror
right.
27.
Juror 27,
Yeah.
thank you for repeating that. So you're chosen as a juror. Mr. Kelly does not take the stand. We do not put out any more evidence. You go back in the deliberation room to try to figure out what your verdict. Do you consider the fact that the defense did not put on evidence? Do you consider that in weighing whether you are going to find a verdict of
Guilty. You have to prove that he's guilty.
say that last part
Even
again?
though the state proved that he got to prove that he's guilty, my perception will be not guilty, even though they bring the evidence with them.
You say he has to prove or they have to prove?
No, they.
Oh, okay. But okay, so you're saying doesn't matter if we don't put in anything, they have to. Now, if you believe that a crime was committed, but you have a reasonable doubt, you feel it's more likely than not a crime was committed, but the government didn't prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
No. Because they have to prove that he's guilty. Anyway, they have to prove it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
Start going to the front.
Mr. Cunningham, juror number 34.
Hello, Mr. I have a similar question as everybody else, right? You're chosen as a juror. We put on no evidence at all. You go back in a deliberation room, conversing. You're trying to figure out what the verdict is going to be. The defense did not put on any evidence. Do you weigh in your deliberation?
No. The state would have to prove their case and the information presented. You can sit there and don't say anything, but it has to be the state. If I have a shade of doubt, whatever information is presented or the evidence, the testimony, and the jury pool and weigh out, and it don't favor where I'm sure, that this man's life is on the line, if I'm not guilty.
Okay. Thank you.
Juror 35, last name Sands.
Sands, Mr. Sands, how are you doing back there?
I'm great, and yourself?
I'm good. All right. You're in the deliberation room with your fellow jurors, and the government has put on evidence that has not convinced you beyond a reasonable doubt, but maybe a crime was likely committed, but you still have a reasonable doubt. Now, if you believe that a crime was likely committed, what is?
Absolutely not guilty.
Okay. Now, would you weigh, if we don't say anything else, Callaway to testify, do you consider that in your deliberations in finding of guilt or not guilt?
Not guilty.
Okay. Thank you. We can kind of move to the front and I'm gonna get everybody involved at the same time. It is important for me to talk to each of you. We can just kind of go in front, yeah.
My name, Monica Delara.
For 6. Hello. All right, so you are chosen as a juror, and the government has believed that, you know what, I think you did it. I think that what they're charging him with, I think you probably did it. But a reasonable doubt, you're not really sure if you should weigh it or not, but you keep wavering. What is your verdict?
If I'm not convinced, I don't have that. I think he might did it. I would say that he's not guilty
Okay, why is that?
because I don't want to be convinced that he really did it.
Okay, now would you consider if Mr. Calloway does not testify, if me or Mr. John, Mr. John, my co-counsel, if he doesn't say anything either, do you consider that in your deliberations?
No,
Okay, yes, I saw them.
Like,
No.
no, not really, because he's right not to, but it's me, the one who has to be convinced if he
Mhm.
really did it or no. So that's his right. If decide not to do,
Okay,
because I'm the one who had to, be convinced that he did it or not.
okay. So I just want to, I'm gonna rephrase so I can listen. I have to be convinced by the government. If he does not testify or in the defense does not say anything, you are not going to consider that in the deliberation room like, well, they didn't say anything. That must mean fill in a blank. Is that? Let me rephrase.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
So when you're back there in the jury room, you're sitting there, nothing else but talk to you at this point.
Okay.
And the government has put on their evidence. When you are deliberating, well, I mean, they didn't say anything, so it must mean he's guilty. Or I'm going to weigh the fact that he did not testify and close to guilt than not guilt.
No, if I'm not convinced of it, he'll be no guilty. If I'm convinced that he did it, like 100%, then I'll find it guilty. But if not,
Okay. Yeah, and I thought that's what you're
Yeah.
saying. You would not consider the fact that the
That he-
defense denied.
yeah, did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is that one of our jurors? Yeah, no, but I can't have him go to the rest of them. Well, actually, go ahead.
Yeah. That's all. Thank you. Thank
okay,
you.
you're welcome.
For 5 criado. All right. Hello.
Hello.
All right. So you're chosen as juror. Congratulations. Evidence that you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, but you're very close to it. I mean, you're kind of like, maybe you did do it, but you have like this slight reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
Not guilty,
Why?
because I still have a reasonable doubt.
Okay. And if the defense did not put on any evidence last time you hear from me or anyone on this side of the room, do you consider that?
No,
Okay.
they just have to prove it. And if they don't prove it, he's not guilty.
All right. Thank you. All right. Jury number 4. So
Myra Baracavoli.
I have a hard time pronouncing it, but I have a hard
You're
time.
not alone.
I'm sorry. My name is it's like Smith, so I'm always like typical, You're as a juror, you're in the deliberation room, and the government has put on no evidence at all. You just room. They say, well, I mean, he is charged with these egregious crimes. I mean, that should speak for itself. What's your verdict?
No. Presented the evidence to find him guilty.
Okay. Now let's say they do. They present some evidence a lot. But within weaving through all of the evidence and weighing all of the evidence, you still have questions. You still maybe your questions or maybe questioning some evidence. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
All right. If you hear nothing from our side of the table after this in your deliberations,
No,
okay. Why is that?
because it is the state's the evidence to find him guilty. It's not the defense's responsibility to present the evidence.
Find Mr. Way not guilty if you hear nothing else from the defense.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go here. Yeah, I'll go here. Now he's he got a lot of knowledge. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to him. All right. Tamara, juror 12. All right, as a juror, and the government has given you enough evidence for you to believe maybe a crime was committed, but you've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. But it does make you feel some kind of way, right? What is your verdict? Not guilty. Why? They didn't fit beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no conviction of guilt. Okay. Do you think that you would be able to hold the government to that burden, considering, let's say that you hear nothing else from us? Would you be able to hold them to that burden? Yes. I had to make, sometimes some people say, I saw your face and I was like, all right, is that a sure yes? Yeah, I think yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good, fine.
Ah, that means I messed it up. What is your number?
Right, identify the source of the problem. It's misspelled on our chart. It's
Is it?
missing the L.
What is it?
It's missing the L. So it looks like Gotti.
GOTTL.
Yeah, our fault. Our chart is wrong.
Okay. Sorry about that. No problem. So you are chosen as a juror. The put on some evidence that makes you believe that maybe a crime was committed. You think maybe most likely than not, a crime was committed, but you still have a reasonable. What is your verdict?
I know like the only one in the room saying this. For me, this is a very hard decision. It's to me a very egregious crime. I would have a very hard time making this decision. And I beyond reasonable doubt. In the end, I guess I'd probably go with not guilty because you have to go with the law, but I guilty to be honest.
Okay.
It's wrong. I'm just being honest. You said we're supposed to be honest in this room.
Exactly.
Exactly. I guess I'd have to go with the law.
Are you assuming we're here because a crime was in fact committed?
From everything we've been sitting in, well, we're supposed to presume innocent.
Not a step from presume. Isn't it possible that an accusation can be made of something that didn't happen?
Yes.
Okay, so even though you literally know nothing about it, right?
Right. I know nothing. Okay. So you're right. I have to.
Can't keep saying I have to, but I'm trying to figure out why you wouldn't. You have no idea who the alleged victim is in this case.
Right.
You know literally nothing about this. You've made certain assumptions because of the questions you're being asked.
Right.
But think about it. You know nothing about this.
No, nothing.
Do you leave room for the possibility this is made up whole cloth? That somebody has made an accusation that of something that just didn't even happen. Forget him. Again.
Right. True.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I had a question, but no, I want to stay with you for a while, right? Because I appreciate it. We all do. Like, it's the only person in this room to say what you actually believe and you think that's what we want. Okay. So don't feel any kind of way about that. All right. Comments. I'm like, hey, don't feel any kind of way about it.
Pressure.
No pressure, right? You leave here, you might not see any of us again anyway, right? So whether you would consider it, whether if you believe that, listen, you already heard the charges, sexual battery by mouth and kidnapping. You believe that maybe these crimes were committed. You believe that, but you were a jury in this case. Would you be able to return a verdict?
So if there's reasonable doubt, I'd have to say not guilty. Not guilty.
Okay. How do you consider think about reasonable doubt? What do you
Didn't prove enough. I mean, they put the seeds in there, but they didn't go take it all the way to home base, I guess you can say.
Okay. So if you, I hear you saying what you can follow the law and, you can do because that's what I'm supposed to do. What I'm asking is that something that I really believe that you would be able to go back there in the deliberation room and actually not just follow the law, not just say, okay, I feel like I have to do this, but advocate for your reasonable doubt. Say, well, guess what? I do have a reasonable doubt. I think he likely did it. Reasonable doubt. Would you be able to advocate on behalf of your belief of, I have a reasonable doubt, so I have to be able to do that with a feeling that he likely did it?
It's a hard question.
Being a juror is hard.
Yeah. I guess it's what you do in the jury room, right? You go back and forth and you debate. And I be a bunch of debate until we would come to a decision that there was enough burden of proof. Then I'd have to give not guilty.
Okay. So would you be able to do that? Would you be able to advocate a reasonable doubt? But listen, your feelings about it are in conflict with what you believe the law, right? Well, what the law is. In conflict.
Put your feelings aside is what you're saying.
And fault, yes.
Right.
Would you be able to do that? Would you be able to not just do that, advocate?
Yes, I guess I would.
If you're on a plane and a pilot said, I guess I can
Camper, no, I would not
right?
be happy.
Someone's liberty is at
Right,
stake.
100%.
Okay. Someone's liberty is at stake. So I guess I can land this plane. Well, your life is at stake.
Right.
So I gotta know, do that. And if the answer is no, it's no. If the answer is yes, it's yes, but I gotta know.
I would do my, yes, I would do my best. I would do my best.
Can doubt that you would be beyond a reasonable doubt? Can you tell me right now that you would be able to
Honestly, I cannot tell you that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay. All right.
I'm not as secure as everybody else in this room.
That's okay.
Right.
That's okay. That's fine. So what tell me on a reasonable doubt that you would be able to set aside your personal feelings and follow the law.
Okay, that's true.
So we're finally on the last. No, we're here. Oh, yeah.
Okay, juror number 17. My name is Frida Makaisa.
Mahisa. Hello. So, chosen as the government has given evidence that convinces you that a crime has been committed, but you think it's likely a crime was committed, but I don't know. I'm wavering. I'm a little unsure. What verdict?
If I have some unsureness, I need to be convinced there should be enough proof, enough evidence for me guilty or not guilty. But if you're saying, if I will be having some reasonable doubt, I will say not guilty. Yes, I need to be convinced 100% without any doubt that I will do the right verdict.
Thank you. I just had one more follow-up, sorry. Very detailed answer, so I almost moved on, but just nothing else comes from this side of the room. If once I sit down, we say nothing else, do you consider that in your deliberations?
Because, you know, you guys have the right to say something or to keep silent or not.
Okay, you said it wouldn't,
It's not affect my deliberation.
okay, thank you.
Well,
Juror number 18, Maribel.
Ms. Maldonado, hello.
Hello.
So I'm going to ask this question to the next two people, so just listen out. All right, so you're chosen as a juror. Government had on enough evidence to make you believe that maybe a crime was committed, but you have a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
Now, would you be able to put your feelings aside and still render a verdict of not guilty if you believe that a crime was committed? One was. You just have this slight reasonable doubt.
Absolutely, I would put my feelings aside.
Okay. And if nothing else comes from this side of the table, would you consider that?
Not at all.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm juror number 20, Ms. Nazar.
Mr. Darcy. Yes. The referee.
Yeah.
So same question. You likely, but you have a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
If I have a reasonable doubt, it's not guilty. This that you slight doubt and then reasonable doubt. So I don't consider them the same. I think a reasonable doubt would be like a pretty big chunk, and then slight doubt, I think it would be like a 1 to 5% unsure. So
and a slight reasonable doubt. Every time I say doubt, I really am trying to say reasonable before it. So when I say a slight reasonable doubt, I'm just if you have a question, any question. So you said that you consider reasonable doubt as 20%, like a big chunk.
like a big
right?
chunk, like that's the
Prosecution.
The prosecution gave the example of the color that crashed, they misinterpret the color. Like I wouldn't reasonable doubt. I would consider that a slight doubt because it's interchangeable. But a reasonable doubt would be a big chunk missing. So if it's a reasonable doubt, not guilty.
Okay, so let's go with that. I'm actually going to take a break from the one-on-one really quick and just go open this up. A scenario where there were two witnesses, a driver and a passenger. Does everyone remember that? She said there's a driver and a passenger. The driver says the light was yellow and the light was. So I believe that all of you said, hey, if you found out that the driver had on a different shirt, does that change your opinion about whether the driver is more credible? I didn't see one raise their hands when she asked that question, as you don't. So let me re-ask it. Is there anyone here by raising your hand here that would question the driver's testimony if video evidence showed that the color was a different color? No hands raised. So what I understand from no hands being raised, the color of the shirt doesn't matter to whether this person is determining, right? The color of the light. Is that correct? Everybody understand it the same way? We're talking about ability, and that's what Ms. Nadarcy is talking about. So let me add another scenario or another fact to. Let's say you still have the driver passenger. I'm keeping the same exact fact pattern that she did. Let's say that the driver testifies that, well, you know, I know the light was yellow because I was about to get in the left lane when it happened. And so I saw the color of the light because left lane. If you found out that there was no left lane, does that change your opinion about this
I'm gonna go to you, Ms. Nadarcy.
I think it would, because and then yellow, if you were supposedly turning onto the left lane.
Okay, so there are some inconsistencies in you that maybe if they're not accurate about one thing, then maybe the main event is not true. Is that correct to say?
I just think that it depends on the level, because when someone goes through trauma, your brain sometimes blocks leave a lot of those little details out. So if it was a really bad car crash, like someone's gonna block something out. It's not gonna be consistent. Manager, third person that was not involved, they will probably have a more consistent view of the situation.
Okay, so or would, because would you question that witnesses the driver that says the light was yellow? Would you question?
I would question it more.
A little bit,
Yeah, because
more.
there's no left lane.
Okay. Just so you all know, reasonable doubt, keep throwing a term out, but we haven't talked about what reasonable doubt is or where it comes from. So what the judge will tell you if you're chosen on this jury is that evidence, it can come from conflicts in evidence, or it can come from the lack of evidence. Because we are here, it's important that you know where reasonable doubt comes from. It's just not, oh, I have a doubt. You can use the evidence and the conflicts in the evidence as real doubt. So back to this example, there is a conflict in the evidence. Would you agree with that in this scenario? Does everyone that conflict in evidence, you can find reasonable doubt? All right, so let's, because this traffic accident, to me, we're arguing about money. Let's put this in a scenario where we're in a criminal case and we're talking about liberty, okay? Liberty, that's your job as a juror is to determine witness credibility. Is this person telling the truth? So back to this driver and the driver, now you have evidence that, well, there is no left lane, and they remember that the reason I know the light was yellow is because you find out that there is no left lane. What do you think about that?
I question their testimony.
Okay. I'm gonna call on someone I haven't called on. Can we talk to her? Sorry.
Deny, jury 7.
Miss Deny. Scenario. Okay, what are your thoughts on this witness's credibility now?
Being okay.
Sure, it's your job to determine witness credibility, and it's criminal because you can derive criminal from conflicts in evidence and the evidence itself and lack of evidence. But
I don't know.
yeah, so I didn't really pose a question, really, right?
Yeah.
So my question to you think of credibility. Do you still believe that this driver knows for a fact that that light was yellow? He is now, just so you know, this driver has now, there's video evidence, according to the scenario, that shows shirt, which I believe that you agreed that was insignificant. But now, in addition to that, now you heard that the light yellow because he was going into the left lane, but there is no left lane. That's the second piece of evidence that you've heard. Or is it the same credibility to you?
My question.
Credibility. What makes you question this witness's credibility now?
Because there's no left lane. Green.
Okay. And so now you question whether the light was whatever color they're saying it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything Anyone here that would not make you question the driver's testimony? One here that it does make you question the driver's testimony? See, I didn't see hands raised on either one, and those are different. So I'm going to ask this question again, right? Miss Deny, Miss Deny said that where the driver has testified that the light was yellow, and they know the light was yellow because they were getting in the left lane. There is no left lane. The driver also said that the person's color was black, shirt color was black, but there's video that the shirt was white. Is there anyone here that says, well, I still think that driver is as credible as they were when they... I don't see any hands raised. I see some head shakes no. I'm going to ask the opposite question. Anyone here that based on those two conflicts in evidence would now question the driver's testimony? Keep your hands looking for people that don't have their hands raised. Miss Flowers, Miss, I don't see. I'm just got hands that are raised and not raised, and I want to know, do you question that driver's testimony? Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
Me, but I never raised my hand. So I guess you just want to ask me anyway, right?
Oh, I didn't see your hand. I'm sorry.
I didn't.
Right. And maybe you didn't hear the question well, and I apologize.
Yeah, my mind was somewhere else. Go ahead.
Okay. You here now?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a driver who testifies that the light is yellow. In the beginning, when Ms. Drever asked this question, you said, because everyone, I believe that the driver had the best vantage point, all right? So you believe the driver. Ms. Drever asked you, well, what if video that the driver got the color of someone's shirt wrong? And I believe your answer, with that doesn't matter. That's inconsequential to the light color of the light. Is that accurate?
I mean, it was only because she had misinterpreted the color. So sometimes that do kind of like lack of judgment, but I mean, I'm right. Okay. I was the driver. I was in an accident. I'm in a passenger. So you want to know who seen it, like whose story was told correctly, and it was mine because I was visual. He couldn't really see what happened. He was just in the car with me at the time.
Right.
So.
Right. And so I think you agree that, yeah,
right.
That didn't matter. He ever got the shirt wrong?
Sometimes that does happen.
Right. It happens. I added another fact. I said, well, okay, in addition to getting the color prove that, the driver also testified that the reason they know the light was yellow is because that's how they know. But then you find evidence that shows there is no left lane.
Right.
Does that change the rest is credible?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you said that indignant. Okay. Yes. Okay. Why is that?
Because there's no left lane. So like it's not true. There's no left lane.
Right. And so does that make you question the act itself? Like, well, maybe that light really is.
Yes.
That gives you a reasonable doubt? All right. And it was just because you didn't raise your hand. I'm sorry. So is there anyone who is there anyone who says the light, I still believe this driver? I don't question their credibility. Okay. Now I'm going to come back over here to sir. Over here. Yes, I'm coming to you, blue shirt. Mr. Johnson, thank you. Mr. Johnson, number 15. All right, so Mr. Johnson, do you agree that with the other people, that this makes you question the witness's credibility?
In this
Would you have a reasonable doubt if that was a criminal trial and the government had to prove that the light was yellow? To what the light was yellow?
Yes, I would,
Okay. And why is that?
because when he was saying he was going to, how he knew that's his reference. So that kind of, and there was no left lane, so it kind of contradicts with his that the light was yellow. It was,
Okay. So in that scenario, if this was a guilty or not guilty, if the light guilty, light was not yellow, it's not guilty. What is your verdict?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Yeah, I know, right? Thank you. If the proving that the light was yellow, they had to prove that to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And their star witness is the driver. And the testimony knew because I was going to get in the left lane, but there is no left lane. Does that give you, what is your verdict?
If it's guilty, innocent, not guilty, if the light was red,
sure,
I would have to go not guilty because
okay,
I'm not 100% sure the light was yellow.
Okay. And I haven't even gotten, so I'm just going to ask you a few questions. You're a juror in this case. You know the drill. You're a juror in this case, and the government has put on evidence, and you believe that a crime was probably committed, and you believe it, but you have a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
I'd have to go not guilty.
Why?
Like you said, with the 100% full, you have to find him not guilty.
Do you put anything in that cup to not testify? Do you put anything in that cup?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I will say reasonable doubt doesn't have a percentage attached to it, and it is not beyond all doubt. You just need to not have a reasonable doubt. So if the doubt is speculative, imaginary, or forced, that's not a reasonable doubt. But there is no percentage that you add that you are supposed to calculate. Doubt that you don't have to have zero doubt of any kind before you can find someone guilty. You just have to not have a reasonable doubt.
And reasonable doubt come the lack of evidence, or can come from the lack of evidence, the conflicts in the evidence, such as no left lane, or the evidence itself. Okay. So does that change anything that you've said so far? Oh, okay. Look at me like I'm crazy. I'm coming back to you, Miss Nadarcy. So I am coming back to you because this is where it started. We were talking about, you said slight reasonable doubt versus reasonable doubt. And you said that it's more of, you're saying reasonable doubt to you is about 20%, and if slight doubt is about 1 to 5%.
I guess it's just subjective to everyone.
You have a mic?
Yes, she does. It's subjective to everyone. Reasonable. What you think is reasonable might not be for me.
Right. In a criminal trial, would you be able to consider the evidence, consider the lack of evidence in the evidence to determine whether you have a reasonable doubt?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you were a juror in this case, the jury room, and they put on evidence, the government put on evidence, you believe that maybe committed, but and I'm going to use this word again, you have a slight reasonable doubt. You're just not, you don't have an abiding, but you have a belief that maybe a crime was committed, but not an abiding conviction of guilt.
I have a reasonable doubt. It's not good.
Okay. Thank you. Your choice. We're coming to everybody except Mr. Johnson.
Ramsing and jury number 40?
40.
All right, Mr. Ramsing, I'm asking you the same your chosen juror on this, in this case, and the government has put on evidence, but they have not convinced you beyond a reasonable doubt. Please have been committed. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
What you still, you have sympathy for the person. You feel bad for, you know, saying, oh, well, what happened with the verdict, not guilty. Like, you're not convinced, but you do feel bad and you have sympathy for the person who's saying these things.
Still not guilty.
Why is that?
Because it still wouldn't be fair if I had like a or any other way.
Okay. Now, if the defense did not testify, Mr. Calloway did not testify, and the defense, we did not say anything after I sat down, would you consider that? Would you add that? Would you consider that in your deliberations?
No.
Okay. What would you do with that?
I'd look at it and see how, and just see how like you guys would have planned this out, or per se. You would you're trying to like figure out how to. Sorry, I know I'm like rambling a bit, but like try to execute your plan of attack.
So you would try to figure out how the defense is executing a plan of attack?
Yeah, like how they're trying to go about keeping their innocence. I know. It. So.
No, it makes it. I just didn't want to start talking and you weren't done, so I was waiting. Okay, so is this something you would consider? I know you said that you would try to figure out why, right?
Like I would try to give them a chance. That's all I'm really saying, is I'm trying to like see where it's going.
What if you can't figure that out? Not figure out why Mr. Calloway would not get on the stand and testify in his own trial, why his attorneys, who is there, why they would not get up and say something. What if you can't figure that out?
If I couldn't figure it out, then I would then the evidence would try to put against them at that point.
Okay, but you're in the deliberation room now. They've already put on it. You are wavering. You don't know whether he's guilty or not guilty. You kind of feel like guilty, but you do not have an abiding have reasonable doubt. But you kind of believe he did it. We did not put on any testimony at all. We did not say anything. And you can't figure out why. How do you weigh that? What is your verdict?
Well, since I'm still kind of like iffy about it, I'll just say not guilty either way.
Okay, because you have a
iffy on how it's being done up.
Okay, thank you. I believe we're coming to you, sir.
Number 14. For 14.
Gills?
Hills.
Hills.
H-I-L-L-S.
Yes, Hills. I don't remember a Gills on there. All right, Mr. Hills, same question. And the government has put on evidence. They've called many witnesses. They've given you a lot of testimony and a lot of evidence, but this evidence, and you've weighed this evidence. And at the end of weighing it, you've decided, I think a crime may have been committed, but you don't have a. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
Why is that?
Because I'll make a decision based on the evidence. It's been
And do you believe that you can criticize evidence being put on the state without the defense pointing it out?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all. And I didn't ask you yet.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So same question. You're chosen as and government has put on evidence. You go in the deliberation room, you criticize the evidence, you weigh the evidence, and you come out and a little reasonable doubt. Just a little. Mostly, I think something happened. I think a crime was committed, but I have just this one reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
Why?
Because if I have doubts, that person haven't proved to me that the crime, I cannot condemn someone that I have not enough convinced me that me is not guilty.
Okay.
If I have doubts, I have doubts.
Now, what if
Yeah.
what if the defense didn't say anything after this? Would you consider you?
You stated that he declared not guilty from the beginning. So if you guys don't, so it's not good.
Okay, thank you. I think, yes.
So number 2.
What?
So.
Hello, okay.
37.
Oh,
37.
you're 37, okay. But, in the evidence, the judge is saying 37, she's showing me a sign that says 2.
Yeah, you're still 37.
Okay. All right. So if you were chosen as a juror in this case, you were given the evidence, this calling witnesses, but you're not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. You believe, though, your feelings tell you that a crime was committed, proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt. What is your verdict?
My decision is going to be based on the evidence.
Your verdict.
Depends on the evidence.
So I'm going to give you that scenario again.
So I'm going to say my answer again. My decision is not in my things.
Okay. If you are a juror, in this case, you're back there and is that me? No. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it until the roof falls down. Okay. You're chosen as a juror in this case. You're sitting back deliberating and you believe that a crime was committed, but you have one reasonable doubt. What is your verdict? Guilty? This is lovely.
We are fortunate it's only happened once today. Happened when people are using water. Nothing I can do about it. It's pipe. As soon as it'll stop.
Giving you time.
Oh, I can pass it. I won't.
Okay. Stick it in.
Not guilty.
Okay. Defense and, would you weigh that? Would you consider the fact that we did not put on any evidence or Mr. Calloway did not testify? Would you consider that in your kind of verdict?
No, but I do want to ask, and I'm curious as to why, not necessarily, but anybody, whoever's on the defense, why would they not want to defend themselves?
It's a very good question. I could answer that, but I'm actually going to call on some of your fellow jurors to give us some examples. Can I have a volunteer to tell about reasons why a person who is charged with a crime may not testify on their own behalf? All hands. Well, those who I know your names. All right. Right.
I think that's what she finds odd, not that the defendant is not taking the stand. The fact that defense counsel is not asking questions of the witnesses or refuting anything, that just sounds like an.
And that's Mr. Johnson per the record. And Mr. Johnson, since you volunteered, what is a reason, could you come up with a reason why a defendant may not testify? Maybe the defense does not put on any evidence at all, like why we would not cross-examine or put on any evidence?
No, I can't. I mean,
Okay.
I can understand why you wouldn't want to, why you wouldn't want to testify. But I couldn't, defense wouldn't want to like question any of the prosecution's witnesses.
Okay.
You know.
Does anyone could? All right. So I'll answer. I'll go ahead and answer. Yeah, no, that is so fair. It's what we're asking, what we do in daily life. It's not. So one of the reasons is kind of what we've been talking about this entire time. The government has the entire burden, which means that sometimes as a defense, you're going to sit there and say, I know you can't prove this case. I'm going to trust that these reasonable. That is a reason why, the defense does not might decide not to put on a case. Have to. So merely, and that's why this is so important to understand who can really follow this aspect of the law. It's to follow because we can, because the government has the entire burden, because the government has the resources behind them. They have an entire police department. They have crimes, text. They have all of the resources at their disposal. Yes, Miss.
Wait, because I can't hear you. Go ahead.
Is the legal team getting paid to stay and do nothing?
The legal team, no, I mean, I have to think about ways that I can answer this question. But no, I guarantee you're not the only one with that running through your head. Why would someone pay a defense counsel to sit there and do what you say is nothing? And that's because sometimes you're paying for the legal expertise. Because we understand that the government has the entire burden and we understand the elements that the government has to prove. If we decide so bizarre that I trust that the jury can listen to this and find reasonable doubt themselves, because the whole burden is to say, okay, well, I see this conflict in evidence. I see the lack of evidence. I see that this evidence does not match with and that's why I ask you guys, do you believe that you can come up with reasonable doubts yourself without it out to you? Is there anyone here that does not believe that you can listen to evidence and find reasonable doubt on your own? Is there anyone who believes that you cannot do that? I don't see any hands raised. I'm going to ask the opposite question. Is there anyone here that believes that with that pointing of the inconsistencies out, that you could listen to evidence, weigh the evidence, and find reasonable doubt yourself? Does anyone believe they can do that? Keep your hands really high. Keep them up for me. Okay. And I'm going to come to her also. My question was, and for all of you, you can, okay. So I'm going to ask the question side over. I asked, could you counsel or pointing out inconsistencies in the evidence? Could you weigh the evidence yourself and find reasonable doubt to you? If you believe you can do that, please raise your hand. Thank you. If I pass you, I saw you. Thank you. Okay. So I just have, did you raise your hand, ma'am? Okay. I just didn't see Army fatigue.
Yeah, Judith 23. What was your question? I'm sorry.
So if, do you believe weigh evidence yourself and find reasonable doubt from the evidence, the conflicts in evidence or the lack of evidence without defense counsel pointing it out to you?
No.
You believe you can do that?
I mean, no, I mean, I need to look up for evidence also, everything.
Okay, so you do, you
Yes,
can
yes,
do
yes.
that. Okay. My understanding is everyone here has said that you can weigh the evidence yourself and find reasonable doubt from the evidence, the lack of evidence. All right. So I want to move on to the next topic, which is witness credibility with the yellow light and the driver. I just wanted to ask, and I know everyone here has to be in this situation. Does anyone know someone who has been dishonest? They don't have to be in your lives anymore. You know, but dishonest, right? So I'm going to come to this juror here. Sorry. Yes. You know, dishonest. Oh, I'm sorry. What is your last name and juror number?
Makaisa, number 17.
Okay. Do you know someone who's been dishonest?
In my field, not that I know, because we really have to be honest in our job. It's about, I work in a healthcare field, so I remember.
Okay.
In the past few years.
Okay.
If I do, I'll let you know.
All right. So you don't know anyone who's been dishonest. All right. Lucky you. All right. Let's go next door then. To name your number, please.
Maldonado, number 18.
Miss Maldonado, do you know someone who's been dishonest?
Yeah.
Or do you consider it to be dishonest? The scenario, everyone should listen because this is going to be something I just ask all of you in general. So, who's been honest? And there's a debate. This person you know that's been dishonest, their cake, their $200 cake, your spouse ate it. Okay. Now, I ate it, but they said I could eat it. They gave me this cake. And this person that you have learned is dishonest says, no, don't give them that cake. They took my cake. Okay. How do you weigh the credibility of these two individuals?
Well, in this particular case,
Closer to your mouth.
in this particular case, there isn't enough evidence there because, it's he said against she said. It's not clear what happened. It's just who do you believe, I guess, if you had to pick, but there isn't enough evidence to decide that at this point.
Oh, for the cake. Okay. Now now your spouse is on trial for juror because I don't know. You'd never be a juror in that situation, but you are now. How do you determine what is your if this person you know has been dishonest is saying your spouse took the cake and your spouse says I ate that cake, but they gave it to you come up with a verdict for that? How do you weigh that credibility?
I mean, again, it's in this case, even if a person in the past doesn't mean they are being dishonest in this case. So I would have to have doubt, in this.
Okay. What would give you doubt?
Again, it's a he said, she said scenario. So, I mean, there's just if there were no evidence, I would have to just have doubt. It's like that.
So if that were the case, what would your verdict be then?
Not guilty.
Okay. Would anyone find her spouse guilty? Would anyone find her? Raise hands. I don't see your hand raised. Okay. I'm gonna stop here. All right. I'm going to move. This is kind of just getting me on to what Ms. Drever talked about before, which is consent.
All right, well, hold on. Let's go side. Gail's ready. You may begin when you're ready, Ms. Smith. There you go.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So we're moving on to consent, right? And 50 Shades of Gray. I know. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
here, we now need all the jurors in place. Okay, so then we're gonna wait. Thank you.
Oh, you can hear in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one thing when Ms. Smith was asking questions of individual people and she's asking that you all went to the restroom, but now that she's asking general questions, we all need to be in. Wait, there's still more. Thank you. And we're sure there's someone in the women's bathroom? You're not sure. So, Ms. Postal, can I ask? Favor of go to the bathroom to see if there's anyone in there in the women's bathroom? Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Now you can begin.
So we're talking about, I was starting to talk about consent and the 50 Shades of Grey. We have already described what BDSM and S&M is. Mr. Kennedy, I believe, described that for us. Thank you for going to see that movie. So my question is, when you have a situation, first of all, does everyone understand what S&M is? Please raise your hand if you do not understand or know what S&M or BDSM is. Okay, so typically in this kind of sexual act, there is a dominant and a submissive. What that means is a dominant is the person in this relationship or sexual relationship that may use whips, may use chokers, chains, and the submissive in this sexual relationship agrees to this consents to this kind of treatment. Does everyone understand what that relationship is? So when you have a situation using S&M or have the uses and chains and all the, these are sexual instruments that people use in their bedrooms, it's an entire experience. How can you tell if someone has consented to this or not? I should have never remembered your name. I'm sorry. If I remember your name, I just call on you. So, Ms. If someone has submitted to being a submissive voluntarily.
He said your case example. You can't really judge because there wouldn't be proof unless.
Okay, now, but what if you had to decide what do you look at? How do you determine if this being submissive has agreed to be submissive?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Looking or hearing evidence or looking at a video, whatever the presentation of evidence is, are you saying that the mere fact that it looks, say they're using a whip, for example, does the fact that they're using a whip, does that mean that they did a sexual encounter?
No, but going back on the video you said,
Yes.
it would explain how she got there. Like if was she forced on the bed, then you would see that maybe it was not consensual. You would have to see the body language as well. If there's a video, that would.
Okay.
So I would look at that.
And what about the acts leading up to? Does that make any difference to you?
No, because I think consent can stop whenever you want to stop. When you say no, it's no, whether it be in the middle, the beginning, the end, not the end, but.
Okay. After it's done. Well, I'll go on that. So what if someone, do you believe that if someone consented all the way through, all the way to the end, it's their decision, do you backstep and say, well, it must have been rape because this person did not want it?
If they consented, no, because you consented all the way through. But then you have to see what they mean by consent and what the other person takes as consent too. Objective as well.
What kind of nonverbal, what do you mean that consent is subjective?
Because she said most of the time when you're talking about a rape case, it goes, well, she wanted it. And then the girl would, or the guy can go both ways. I did it, no, stop. And then the other person would say, well, they were just playing hard to get. So the person can be as clear as saying, no, like, oh, you're just playing hard to get. So, is it weird?
Yeah, what about in a submissive dominant situation where the whole job of the dominant is to give instructions and the whole job of the submissive person in the sexual act is to that has told them to do? How do you determine that?
Don't they have like a safe word between them?
Things that you
Agreement.
consider?
Yeah, they would come to agreement of when to stop.
Okay. Thank you. And move on. Ms. Galib. Hi. Did you hear the scenario? Okay, right here, sorry. And that's juror number what? 13. Sorry, I forgot. So in a sexual relationship where there is a dominant and a submissive, where the dominant's job is to tell the submissive what to do sexually, and the submissive has agreed to do those things. How do you determine when it crosses or when consent has been revoked?
Not really understanding the question. I mean, I know has to give a consent, and there's always usually, like there's a safe word to say stop. So your is
right. How do you determine? So one thing is whether the submissive used a safe word. Right. Okay, so it sounds like Ms. Gottlieb and Ms. Nadarsi said similar things, and correct me if I'm wrong. One way to determine if in a dominant submissive relationship, one way to determine revoked or given is the use of a safe word.
right. It's supposed to be once that safe word is said, I think
It's supposed to stop. Okay. Does anyone disagree with Ms. Gottlieb or Ms. Nadarsi that relationship, one way to revoke consent is by using a safe word? Give me an example, Mr. Kennedy. I'm coming to you because I remember your name. I'm going to start coming to people I don't remember though. Your juror, please.
16.
16. Can you give us another, or is there another way to determine?
And when you go into that sort of relationship, that's something that's pre-discussed, right? It's not something that just, I mean, if a girl told me to do that right away, okay, maybe we sit down and talk about this, So like, I would say it's something that needs to be discussed beforehand, like parameters, likes, dislikes, things like that. At least my understanding, for example, with my wife, she knows exactly what I like and what I don't like. So I know exactly what she likes and I don't, and she doesn't like, right? So it's just, I think at the beginning and setting that expectation. Now, if that boundary is surpassed, that's where it gets serious. But, you have to kind of have that discussion beforehand.
Yeah. Now, what about as a juror? As a juror, how do you determine if this submission is, or if this submission is by force? How do you make that determination?
I mean, based on the evidence of the testimony, if they discussed it, they went past that, and, that person was clearly in distress after that, then I think there's something wrong there. But I think there has to be more said for me to determine that, right? It's not as easy as, I don't think it's black and white. I think there's a little, no pun intended, shades of gray. That's something that needs to be discussed.
Okay, now in 50 Shades, if none of you are gonna read it or watch the movie and you haven't, the woman anyway, she's a little hesitant to engage in this kind of sex. She's very, the man, he engages in dominant, submissive sexual relationships, and that's his norm. And he found the woman who he likes, and he relation. He wants her as his submissive. So she's very hesitant at first, very hesitant. But she goes ahead and she does engage. Does anyone think that's rape? I'm gonna go to you, sir. If you can say your name and number.
Rodney, 22.
That scenario, is that considered rape?
Not as stated.
I'm
No.
sorry.
Not like you said it, no.
Okay. And can we go next? Your juror number and name.
I'm sorry, it's for real, number 23.
If a person is hesitant to engage in this kind of sexual activity, but voluntarily consents to do this, that consent you? That hesitation?
Well, if they are both agree,
yes,
it's fine. I mean,
okay. Is there anyone here that believes that if a person hesitates to engage in a sexual activity, rape? I see heads shaken and no hands raised. All right. So I'm going to come to you. Yes. Here in the front, please. I'm coming to juror number 5.
It's Criado.
Criado. Hi, Ms. A person would be dishonest about being raped?
If I believe that
Someone falsely accused someone of rape.
I know it's happened.
Okay, so it's possible?
Yes.
Do you think it's rare?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how common or uncommon it is.
Okay, but you do believe that there are people who won of rape?
Yes.
Now, why would someone accuse someone of rape? Do you have any reasons why that?
I know they do it to the movie stars all the time to get money out of them.
Okay, so money being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not gonna have you run across the room. I'll just go next.
Delara, number 6.
Believe that someone falsely accused someone of rape.
Yeah.
Okay, why would someone falsely accuse someone of rape?
I don't know, money, fame, or I don't know, something against the person.
Okay.
You know, the reason. No, well, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is there anyone here that does not believe that a person as to falsely accuse someone of something so egregious as rape? I don't see any hands raised. All right, so I have some questionnaires that I actually used my last little bit to ask you. All right. Children are in college. What are they studying?
One is about to get his MBA and my daughter is nursing psychology, still figuring herself out. That's the college, yes.
Okay, so nursing and finance.
Mhm.
Oh, that was it. Okay. Ms. Maldonado? I, you have someone in college.
Correct.
What are they studying?
What are they studying?
Yes.
Sustainability and food studies.
Okay. All right. Nothing to do with criminal law or anything. Okay. Mr. Ratney is, yes. I think I believe I am. Mr. Ratney, do you believe that someone would falsely accuse someone of rape? Is that a possibility?
Clear.
Hmm?
It has happened, so clearly, yeah.
I didn't hear the first part of your.
Clearly it has happened.
Do you believe that because someone alleges that they are a victim, that they are more likely to be telling the truth?
I wouldn't say one way or the other, no.
Thank you. And just 1 second to confirm. I really appreciate your time. I know I took a lot of it, but I hope you understand the importance of it. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, to take the break I told you about, that we're going to go into another room and talk about you all behind your backs. When I come back, we'll let you know who's on the jury. Coming back right after we're done. All right. All right, folks, I'm going to read the names of the jurors who've been selected. I will go in order from the lowest number to the highest. However, I tend to make mistakes when I do this. There's a chance I'm going to go back and call you. So don't get too secure in your position if I skip over your number. I call your name, please stand up. Juror number 6, Ms. Delara. Thank you, ma'am. Juror number, see, I already skipped it. Please stand up. Juror number 12, Ms. Gamara. Juror number 15, Mr. Johnson. Juror number 16, Mr. Kennedy. All right. Juror number 30, Mr. Castro. Juror number 32, Ms. Howell. Juror number 34, Mr. Cunningham. I can't see him. Is he stand? There he is. And juror number 36, Ms. Munoz. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9, right? All right. State, is this our jury? And I looked the wrong way. Hence, is without waiving any objection. Okay. Madam Clerk, please swear them in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that between the slaughter and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence? Say I do.
All right. You can have a seat. Ready to go? Whoa. The bell hasn't rung, right? I'm about to release you. I want to thank you first for coming out. We couldn't do this without all of you. Appreciate that. You will have a certificate available on the website, the juror website that was on your card, and you'll be able to download that if you need it for your employer. But if any, I'm happy to help you. You just email Patsy or call us and I'll take care of it. All right. Those of you who are not selected, you're free to go. Have a great day. It was nice meeting all of you. Those of you that were picked, just sit tight. I'm just going to talk to you for about 2 minutes, give you some last second instructions, and then you'll be free to go. No, you can't go that way. You got to go this way. Everyone go this way. Yeah, you asked the wrong people. I'm standing right here. Nobody asks me. 2. Nice meeting you all. All right, if you all want to move up, pick another chair. It'll be quick, I promise. Have a good day. And then let me make sure I have 9 again. Yeah. Robert, you don't happen to have any of my business cards, do you? You do, thank God. Okay. Otherwise, I was going to have to give up my cell. Okay, so 2 things. When you walk outside, when we're done, Robert's already passing out my business cards. Tomorrow, we need you here by 8:45. If you are running late, please call my chambers. Let us know that you're running late. I cannot start until all 9 of you are here. All right. Then before you leave, Robert is going to collect them. If something happens either overnight or early in the morning, and we need to delay the start, we will call you and we will tell you. Although I think we actually have all their contact information. Yeah, actually we do. Yes. No, we actually, unless something has changed from last week, we have all your contact information because it was given to us by the jury pool. Here's this important thing, and then I'll let you ask any questions you want. Actually, the building is open now, so you do not need to bring your own lunch if you don't want to. You will be able to go here. That's on the first floor called Gordo Cafe. You'll even be able to leave, and we have a Chick-fil-A now. We have hit the big time. But there's also a Publix there. There's a couple of restaurants around here. You'll be able to go out for lunch because we have loosened the standards now. And we still have a microwave and a refrigerator. But here's the most important thing. I will repeat this tomorrow and much more. I am asking you and I am ordering you not to do any research about this case or any of the people that you have met so far or any of the names you have heard or any. 2 reasons. The first one is I've ordered you not to do it, and that should be good enough, right? The second reason is the real reason. It is not fair to both sides. If you start, it may say that there are things on the internet that are not accurate, right? People, you never know what you're going to find on the internet. And then the problem is those what you're looking at. So they can't explain it to you, correct it. They can't address it in any way because they have no idea what you've looked up. And that's why you will learn inside the courtroom tomorrow, right? You will be again physically distanced in the courtroom tomorrow. We're going to be in the largest courtroom in this building. You'll be sitting in the audience, again, YouTube camera, but it will not be aimed at you. This time it wouldn't even be in the back of your head. It will not show you in any way. You will again be able to wear your suit, and if you're vaccinated and don't want to, you don't have to. Do you have any questions about tomorrow? Park in the same place, bring your card. You will meet downstairs. Ramel will pick you up from downstairs in the front of the building and he'll take you up. Don't arrive before 8:30, okay? You'll just stand out there. Ramel's gonna grab you at 8:45, bring you upstairs in a separate room. The way you will deliberate, instead of being in the small jury room, you're gonna be in a large courtroom where you can spread out as much as you want or don't want. To talk to the jurors, to let them go home. They were all sitting in the jury room because it was so cold. And all of them had talked and said, we're all vaccinated, we're safe. But I gave them the whole courtroom and they all sat in the jury room anyway. You'll have the whole courtroom to your use. Any questions before you leave? Yes, if you happen to, I haven't had to say this in a year and a half. If you're walking down to one of the cafeterias or you're at the Chick-fil-A and you see any of the lawyers or you see Mr. Calloway, none of them will speak to you because they're under strict instructions to have no contact with you. This is the only time they were going to today. After this, they will have no contact with you. I won't even speak to you except in their presence. So we'll see you there and we'll just ignore you. All right. Not being any questions. Yes, sir. Mr. Through Friday. Yeah. If we finish on Thursday, nobody will be more surprised than me. But if everybody's on time, I will try to run this as quickly as I can. But I still think it'll be Friday. Yeah. That's a good question. I don't know if it's already available because you're still in your jury duty. Definitely at the end, the ladies. But if you need anything with your employer, let me know. Okay, so give Robert the information. He'll give it to me. Do you want me to send an email tonight? Pat, you write it down now, and I'll be happy to send a letter to your employer. Yes, sir. That question I got answered last week. So yes, you all will get credit for, assuming you were here through Friday, you'll get credit for 6. Oh, it's available every single day? Oh, there you go. But I'm still happy to write your employer. Okay. Any other questions? Just want to go home. Training. So now you can go. All right, folks, very nice meeting all of you. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, no later than 8:45.